All right, I'm getting Unreal booted right now, so we'll be able to start pretty soon here. For those of you tuning in, welcome to day 2 of the Vtuber Tiny Jam that I'm participating in. Let me see, I have the design document open, right? Yeah, I do. Today's goals, I wonder if I can add that on OBS. There's not enough room on the screen. I'll need to change that at some point. But, wrong window. Let's make sure we don't open that one again. Today's goals are to implement basic AI into our enemy characters, expand the test level so we can see the AI behavior and movement mechanics, implement a save system with the ingredients, recipes, and treasures that we're going to be creating, and then potentially upgrade shop UI and available items. So that's the goal for today. Let's close Steam VR here. Okay, so I think the first thing we can do is the easiest one, which is just expanding this. So let's do that. Let's set this to be maybe 5 by 5. Let's see how big that feels. Yeah, that feels pretty big. Movement feels pretty slidey, but we'll fix that later. For now, I kind of want to work on the behavior tree for the AI. Or actually, let's work on the save system. Just because it is something that I said I was going to research, and I did do research for, so we can actually kind of get started on this. Let me pull up the ingredients list. And at the same time, we're going to make some categories here. So let's call this first category maybe just upgrades stuff. Upgrade stuff. Let's do upgrade stuff. Then we'll make another variable. We'll call it max ammo. Since this will be an upgradable thing, we want to make sure we save that for the player. So upgrade stuff. What other stuff? There was some other stuff I need to save. I'm just totally spacing out on it. Implement save system. Okay, so let's go back to the design document here. Ingredients. So the real question is, how do I want to save all this? I wonder if it would make sense to do a... I don't think it's a structure I'm thinking about, is it? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Let's just do this a different way first. So let's do a new variable. We'll call it like beans. And we'll call this ingredients. Okay, we also want to make sure we track how many vanilla beans the player has. Add that to the list. Make sure I got chat off here. There's the conflict I have. I need to have the design doc open, but I also can't block chat. What if I just... That kind of works. That kind of works. Okay. Let's go chocolate beans. Ingredients. Espresso beans. Add that to the ingredients. Milk. think that's all the ingredients I want to add for the moment. Is there anything else I want to add here? Currency, max ammo. This is the ingredients list. What else does the design document say? Chocolate, espresso. If we think of anything else, we'll come back to it. You know, there's a lot of days left in the game jam. Yeah, so now we just need to have the player characters interface with this. So let's start with this. Or actually, since our weapon is going to be carrying that ammo variable, it's probably smarter to have it be loaded there. So right click, let's begin play. Does save game exist? We'll call it slot 1. Branch. If it does not exist, create save game object, cafe save game. Save game to slot 1. And then we want to grab get max ammo and then set the max ammo for the weapon to that. And then by default, we want that to be, let's say 5. 5 is a good start. So we'll set this default to 0, and then just to test that, well, first of all, load game from slot 1. Yeah, get max ammo. Nope, that's not gonna work. Because what we want to do is drag this out here, drag this right here, promote to variable, and we'll call it save game. Put this up here, plug that in. Cool, so now what we'll do is, oh, it works. It works still. Get that, set that. All right, so in theory, when the gun is in the world, it'll check if a save game exists. If not, it will create one, save to slot 1, make a save game reference, and then from that save game reference, it'll pull what is the max ammo as saved in the save game object and set that to be the weapon's max ammo. And what we should also do is make sure that max ammo is set equal to current ammo. And we'll just do that, just to make it more visibly clear what's going on here. We should also maybe section these off. Fire function. And this will be call save game object. let's test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. So now, just to make sure that works, we're going to change this value to 3. 1. And it's not working now. Okay. Access now when trying to read property. Oh, I know why. Go back. We don't want to reference the object itself. What we want to do is cast to save game. I think that's the correct way to do it. Is this the correct way to do it? Let's find out. 1, 2, 3. And then if we change the value to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. All right. Also, I'm recognizing that it's immediately ending the game when you're out of ammo. When that's not really, it doesn't really make sense, you know. You're aiming at the last target, you pull the trigger, game over. The bullet hasn't even hit the target. It's game over. So we need to do something a little different. Maybe like a time delay or something. We can tweak that later, actually. Let me put in my notes that that's something we'll need to do. Maybe. In the meantime, I should actually update my notes to say what I've done so far too. So day 02, June 21st. Implemented autosave / load for magic guns max ammo counts. Cool. What else did I say I need to do today? Ingredients, recipes, and treasures. So we need to do some work on there's so much to do. Let's just do the enemy AI. So here is the behavior tree. Selector. And then there's 2 tasks I want it to do. We'll start with a move to. No, should we make a custom move to? We should make a custom move to solution. Custom task. Is it event? Receive. Yep. Receive execute AI. We need to AI move to. No, we don't want AI move to. We want maybe I'm getting silly here. Random navigable point or random point in navigable radius. Then the origin will be get pawn location. Nope. Get actor location. There we go. We'll set the radius to be 1000. Then get AI move to. Acceptance radius 5 is fine. On success, No, we don't need to do that. We can just save that for now. Then tasks. Oh, I didn't name it anything. Where did it save? That's where it saved. We'll call it wander. I mean, it changed it, kinda. Is there a reason that's not updating? It's not important. Yeah, it's not important. Anyway, it will wander. Or actually, what I should do is get a sequence, and then do that instead. Because once it finishes wandering, I want it to wait. 5 seconds is a little bit long. We'll turn that down to 3. Oh, we need to link the blackboard. I haven't done that yet. Behavior tree, blackboard, or coffee blackboard. Then we'll go here. We'll go to sequence. What tasks are there built in? Move directly towards, move to, run behavior. Yeah, we'll need to do another custom task here. So we'll do another task. We will call this move to target. Sure, we'll call it move to target. All right, event executes AI. Oh, I just realized there's something I need to do over here actually. On success, is it finish execute? Yeah, finish execute. Call it success. If I don't do that, it will forever be stuck on this, and it'll never wait. So now that that's done, move to target. AI move to. Controlled pawn is that. And the destination will be get player character. That's the target actor. And then on success, finish execute. Success. Move to target. And then we need one more task. Oh shoot, is this right? Move to target. Because I'm using more than one AI for this game, I'm kind of worried about putting the attack node here, especially since they're going to be based on child actors. We can throw something together and just test it. So we'll call it attack. We can close these two. So execute AI. Cast to enemy. No? What did I call it? No, that's correct. Cast to enemy. Maybe I just can't cast to actors from within this. So maybe get controlled pawn. Cast to. It won't let me cast to this parent class here. That's interesting. Yep, it's not letting me do it. All right, we'll come back to this then. I think what we have here is a decent start. And then maybe we can just put the attack functionality elsewhere. We also could just bypass this most of what I just did here can be done in the blueprint for the enemy. In the interim, let's see if we can't get this AI set up. So we need to do Coffee AI. Then I believe we need to go back to Coffee AI and actually assign it the behavior tree. There it is, behavior tree. Do that. Then we'll grab the volume, navigable mesh. And then is it infinite? Unlimited? There's a way to make it kind of just expand forever, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe I imagined it. That is also possible. Yeah, I must have imagined it. I don't know. Let's set it to 0, 0, 0. Maybe 10, actually. 20, 50, 60, 100. Close enough. And then we'll do 5 by 5 by 5. Nope, that's too small. Okay, how about 50, 50, 10. Then we'll hit here, P. Looks good. All right, so what if we throw the child in there? Will it start wandering? Nope, because I put a selector in the behavior tree and there's nothing telling it what to do. So what I need to do is go to the blackboard, add a new key, boolean, player scene, question mark, save, go to behavior tree, add decorator, blackboard, condition, blackboard key, player scene. If it is not set, execute here. I think that's how that works. Nope, I'm still doing something wrong. Okay, let's do this instead. Let's throw this aside. And let's just make sure that this is working first. It is indeed not working. Let's see. Coffee AI. Do I need to do event begin play run behavior tree? I do. That could also be part of the problem. Yep, that was part of the problem. Cool. So now we know that works. So what if we plug this back in, plug this back in? Oh, you know what? Put that there. Decorator blackboard is set player scene. I think that's how that works. So what we need to do is pawn sensing. Is there a way for it to go to communicate to the blackboard? Cast to, what did I call the blackboard? Coffee blackboard? Cast to coffee. Maybe it is. Cast to coffee AI. Get AI controller. Oh, there's a get Blackboard node. Get Blackboard. Cast to, no. Blackboard. Nope. Get Blackboard. Set player. No. I don't know how I'm doing this. There's an easy way to do this, and I'm just not remembering it at the moment. So get controller, AI controller. There we go. What if I do, grab this. Boolean, no. AI, logic, guess. There's a way to communicate with the Blackboard, and I'm just not remembering because my brain is too small. I could look this up, but I also want to just try to figure this out before I do that. Use Blackboard. Nope, that's not the way to do it either. Okay. So let's try get Blackboard, right? Set value as Boolean. Key name. Promote to variable. Maybe call it player scene like it is in Blackboard. Yep. And set it to true. Then maybe do all this at event begin play, set it as false. It does not seem to be working. What if we delete this? Because he's also not attacking now. Is it because the cast is failing? It's probably because the cast is failing. So if I hook this back up, he should be able to just kind of like still attack. Yep. He's still capable of attacking. Okay. That's a bust. I think we'll just recreate the AI stuff in here then. We can revisit this concept when we're doing polishing. So, in that case, first off, let's make this attack function on a timer. I don't want it to be a constant murder beam. So I think the correct way to do this is to break this just in case and do timer by function. We'll have it attack every 3 seconds. We'll call it attack. don't think we need an object. We'll set it to looping. Oh, you know what we should also do? Pawn sensing. There's no trigger for when the player's out of sight. Unless we do like a tick. It's fine. Let's just do what we need to for this exercise here. Let's just see if this is working. This means that once it sees us, it'll attack, and then it should just start attacking on its own. 2, 3. Yep, there it is. So that's at least working. We also want it to look at the player directly when it's attacking. So let's do this. Drag it out even further. So get actor location with a reference to itself. We should be able to just do this. Get player character. Hook this up. And then, set character rotation. No, just set world rotation, right? I don't want it to be the mesh though. I just want it to be itself. Yeah, I didn't think that was gonna work. It can't be self. Can I do get character? It has to be one of these two. Let's do mesh. He's not looking the right way. Maybe it is capsule component. I don't know why his sight is not working. Well, good news, he does turn the right way, it seems. Oh, I forgot I can die. Okay. Is pawn sensing just not... Sensing interval, 0.5 seconds. Let's lower that number and see what that does for us. So basically every 0.25 seconds, it will detect if it's something in front of it, right? It doesn't seem to be working. Nope. Oh, right, because I added a delay. So I actually want to do... Copy that, paste it here. Because I want a more immediate feedback for when it's detecting us, we'll do this. Oh, but now it's not. Now it's not doing this. Yeah, that pond sensing is just not consistent. Or at the very least, it doesn't feel consistent. I'm not sure why that is. Actor, actor. I'm not sure. We can work on it later. In the meantime, the AI is doing what we want it to do. The next issue is going to be that when we do... oh, I put this on the child actor. I probably shouldn't have done that. Probably should have done that in the parent. Yeah, I should have done that in the parent. Let's... Well, we can leave this in the child because we do want each child to have their own unique, like, attack functionality. What we just need to do is just take this and just set this up here. So we'll just take this function out and put it here. Oh, Unreal, don't crash. Please don't crash. Okay. Whew, that could have been really bad. Cool, so now we have a functionality for this to occur. Test child. Target is enemy parent. So this is from the parent function. That's good. We need the event begin play function. So first of all, let's comment this. We'll call it take damage. We'll call this player scene. Oh, it's actually using the wandering from the AI controller, huh? So in theory, if I just give this the mesh, right? Change this to coffee AI. And if I get rid of this child and put in the parent, it should behave similarly. Yep, there it is. Neat. Okay, what else is there to do? We have the AI noticing the player, doing some kind of an attack. We expanded the level. We did want to change up the movement mechanics, so let's shift focus there. So if we go back to content folder, player, night shift character. First off, one of the first things I've noticed has been an issue since yesterday is the camera's way too close. So if we just pull this out a little bit, yeah, that's much better. I also don't like that we don't have much mid-air control, so we want to change that. So character movement. There's something about air control somewhere in here. Air control, there we go. If we change this to 1, what does that feel like? That does feel much more responsive. What else can we do with this? Air control boost multiplier. Lateral velocity. When falling. That sounds like more air control when you're falling. So if we mirror this, what does that feel like? Pretty decent. Pretty decent. Right. I forgot. End of shift. Let's just put a band-aid fix for now, because I don't want to get too caught up on this. Oh, I can't put delays in functions. Event graph? It's fine. We'll work it out later. What we do need to do is add some kind of save feature, I think. Like, at least at the end of shift. So what we need to do... Oh, this is another thing I need to think about. I need to create some kind of temporary way to save what the player has collected. So that way it doesn't overwrite. Do I even need to talk this out? I don't even know if I want to talk this out. Let's try an idea. Blueprints. Is it enumeration? New. No. Yes. Right? Let's... I need the save game. I don't remember what I'm talking about. Okay, here we go. So... Yeah, this will be the way to temporarily save it. So the first thing we need to do is put these side by side. Because what we're going to do is... Oh, is this how this is going to work? Okay, let's do the functionality first then. Let's call it event. Let's make a custom event. Item pick up. Because I think what we're going to do is we're going to have it where when the enemies die, they drop an actor, and when the actor is within a radius of a player, it'll start moving toward them. And then once their collision overlaps with the player's capsule component right here, it'll trigger this. So I believe the term is switch on enum. Yes, it is. But I need to name the enumeration. So we'll call it item pick up enum. Switch on item pick up enum. This is going to need an input, which means I need this to not be in the way. Inputs. The input is going to be the item. This will be an object reference. Actor. Object reference. Compile. Yes. Okay, cool. So then we'll do get actor name. Nope. There we go. Get object name. There's a way to do this. Hold on. I can figure it out. This is going to end up being an ugly branch if I do it this way, isn't it? There's a better way. There's a better way. Okay. Oh, you know what we can do? Change that to an item number. Make it a byte. Is that how that works? Convert byte to item pickup enum. Okay. Unreal. Hold on. There's a way to do this. There's a way to do this. Select. Aha! So I don't want item number to be a byte. I need it to be an integer. Aha! And we'll do that. Right? See where this is going? Because I think I do, but I also could be horribly wrong. So first of all, we need to list our ingredients from our save game. So put this over here. Yeah, there we go. Black beans. Oops. Item number 1. Or actually, we can just call it number 1. Right? Vanilla beans will be number 2. Chocolate beans will be number 3. Espresso beans will be number 4. And milk will be number 5. Save that. And now, if we put this away, go back to here, you can see it's turning into options, right? So actually, I need it to be number 0. 0 onward. I forget that Unreal starts with 0. So number 0, number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. Save that. And we don't need to look at that anymore. We can now save. One more. So black beans, vanilla beans, chocolate beans, espresso beans, and milk. Cool. And then based on that, right? Based on that, we can now create a structure. We'll call it item pick up struct. Dive into here. Put this here. Why is it tiny? There we go. And we're going to do the same thing, but I think it lets us define the values. Yes, it does. Oh my god, I'm getting smarter. I'm getting smarter by the minute. So we'll do black beans. Drop this down a little bit. Vanilla beans. Chocolate beans. Espresso beans. And milk. And by default, these will all be 0. And that's all we need to do there. So based on that, struct is that it? No, that's not it. Hold on, I can remember this. I know I can remember this. Is it not? It's not switch on structure, is it? That would be. Maybe it is. Switch on structure. No? Cast to structure. Hold on. What did I call it again? Item pickup. Okay. Nope. That's not it either. Item pick up. Make item pickup struct. Aha! There we go. And then maybe set struct. Set members in item pickup struct. Aha! There we go. That's what we needed. That's what we needed. So all we need to do here then is plus increment. Yeah, we need to do this separately. This is gonna look so ugly. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Plug it there, plug this there. Plug this there, and plug this. There we go. Oh, because we need to do... I think if we do that, that'll fix it. There we go. So now we just need to come up with a way to communicate this. So what we're going to do... I think what we can do is... Well, first we need to make an items folder. So what we're going to do is we're going to make an actor. And we'll call it item parent. And we're gonna be funny about this because we can. It's going to have a... Oh shoot, do I want to do something simple so that I don't have to do too much? Paper spray, that's what I was looking for. We'll call it item icon. And then we should also give it a sphere collision. Or should we give it a box collision? I think a box collision would be better because I don't like the idea of the item rolling around the map if I add hills and such. So let's do that. We'll call box collision. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. So, actor begin overlap. Branch. We want to make sure it only overlaps with the player. That's the thing. I want to make sure that the AI doesn't try to eat items, if that makes sense. Equal player character. Does that work? That might work. We'll test it first. We'll test it. If true, print string. So we'll make this box visible because I don't have an icon yet. We'll just throw this here. Okay, that worked. I do want to see if the AI will trigger anything on it, but I doubt it'll touch it. Okay, so at least we know that works. So if true, first of all, item number, right? That's what we called it. Item number. This is going to be an integer. And then I think what we'll do is In the, first of all, we need to do this in the enemy parent, but we need to assign item drop number. Whoops. Number. This will be an integer. And essentially how this is gonna work is when they die, which we'll need to set up in here, it's going to spawn actor from class. We'll just make it the item parent for the time being. Get actor transform. Let's make sure the item parent collision box is not physics based. Okay. If I enable gravity on this, will it fall through the world? That's the next question. Gravity? No. I might be blind. It's probably really obvious where the gravity is, and I'm just really blind. Whatever. We just want to test that if it's going to spawn it in the first place. And we will get item drop number, and we will set item number. Then, what we're going to do is event begin play, branch. Do we want to do a branch? We want to do switch on enum, item pick up enumerator, get item number, select. We're gonna need more room, aren't we? Let's drag this a little bit up. This will dictate it. Vanilla, chocolate, espresso, and milk. Then we'll just make this look a little bit nicer by just throwing this over here. So, at event begin play, it's going to ask itself, what am I? And based on this, yeah, this could work. This could work. This could work. So I do want to test that this is working, but I think what I'll do is first make sure that it spawns. Yeah, let's first test that it spawns. Oh shoot, I don't want to test it on enemy parent because enemy parent doesn't have health. I want to test it on the child actor. There we go. Oops. One. Oh, it did spawn it. And it's an actual physical collision for some reason. Oh, I know why. I know why. So when the enemy dies, it stops moving, it ragdolls. That's cool, right? Except for the fact that this collision box still exists and is still a physics interaction. In other words, the corpse is gone, but the body is still there. So what we need to do is we need to take these elements, drag it out just a little bit, grab the capsule component and do set collision. enabled, no collision. Once we do that, that should fix the issue. So let's run up to our little AI friend. Whoa. What is going on? Oh, he's still attacking. Okay. We also need to disable the attacking function. There should be a stop timer by function, I believe. Shoot. Drag this out just a little bit more. Stop timer. Nope. Timer. Oh, clear timer. Clear and invalidate timer. No. Clear timer by function name. Attack. Alright. So now to test this, I'm going to have him look at us. Then I'm going to ice him. Where's your attack function, buddy? There it is. Alright, and we can see that we're not getting attacked anymore. So that's working. If we walk over both items, they say hello. So now, just to make sure that the assigning of the item's identity is happening here, we're going to do... We only need to do it for black beans because by default, the item number, get item number. We'll just do that. It should say 0 when we walk over it. Actually, just to make sure it's working, I'm going to set the value to 3. Because otherwise, by default, it should say 0 if I spawn it in the world. So, like if we walk around our little friend here and just touch this one, it says 0. We kill our friend here. And that says 3. So it's working. It's working. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to communicate. Well, the item needs to communicate with our night shift character to say, hey, you picked up 1 of something. So I think what we'll do is break. We'll do print. Can we do an append function in here? Or actually, no, it would be this way, right? Append. So we'll do A will be black beans. We'll do that. C will be vanilla beans. We'll do that. E will be chocolate beans. We'll do that. One more, right? Yeah. Espresso beans. We'll do that. And milk. We'll do that. Okay, so now in theory, item number 3 should give us espresso beans, and item number 0 should give us black beans. So now we just go to, if true, cast to night shift character. We could just actually do this and do item pickup with the item number being our input. So if we walk around like this and do this, black beans 1. And then if we go to our little friend here, Unreal Engine physics are just so wild. It could also just be that his collisions are bad, but you know. Did I read that right? Espresso beans 4. Oh shoot, that's the issue. Or is it an issue? Night shift character. Espresso beans. Okay, I don't know. Let's try that again, just to see. So let's toast him. Ow. Alright, we have 1 black bean. It says we have 4 espresso beans. Why do we have 4 espresso beans? Player blueprints, item pickup, 0000000. Item number. We're assigning item number 3. Espresso bean 0. Did you just attack me while you're dead? Why? Okay, we got more questions now. Attack. I got so distracted by that, I didn't even realize if we fixed the espresso issue. Espresso beans 4. Why is it doing that? That is so strange. Oh, is it because... Destroy actor. I doubt it. I doubt it's because it's like duplicating itself, but I have to wonder. So I have 1 black bean. Nope, I'm still getting 4 espresso beans. What is it colliding with? Colliding with the capsule component. I don't think it's... Okay, no, hold on. Something I'm getting like confused on is the fact that when I pick up just black beans, I'm only getting 1. But when I pick up espresso beans, I'm getting 4. And I keep thinking like it's because of something in here, but it's got to be something with the espresso beans themselves somehow. Here's what we'll do. Let's grab the item parent. We have 1 here. We'll do 2, 3. Let's see if we get 3 black beans. That's 1. That's still 1. And that's still 1. Okay, so that's not working. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's because I'm literally taking the item number and doing +1. That's what's going on. Oh, that's so silly. Okay, so what I actually need to do is... Oh, this is going to be so complicated. So we'll do... First of all, let's break these. We don't need these pens. We need to do this portion. Excuse me, I need water. Okay. So what we actually need to do here is we need to do this and this before this, so we can get the values and plug them up here. So let's do that. We're gonna need to break this link. Let's just pull this entire section here out. Then we'll copy these, paste them up here. We'll put this here, add a reroute node so this looks a little bit cleaner. Then we'll need to do this. And then this. And then just to make this a little cleaner, we'll bring this in like this. Okay, so now, in theory, oh shoot. Get item. Struct. Okay, I think it's asking for like input, and the issue with that being I don't want to have to okay. This player blueprint's gonna get complicated really quick. So if we do that, it settles. But now, every time it does an item pickup, it's going to set us to 0. It's going to take these values, add 1, make them the new values for the print string, sure. But when it runs it again, it'll set it back to 0. So what we're going to need to do is save these values in the player temporarily. That's the whole reason I made a struct, was so I didn't have to do this. There's got to be another way. Item, pickup, structure. Nope, that's just that's what I'm gonna have to do. So let's promote these to be. Oh, there's ways we can do this. Hold on. I might be cooking. So if I do this, right? Drag these out so they're not stacked like that. Okay, make this a little bit nice and neat. So here's what we're gonna do. When the player loads in, we need them to check if they have a save anyway, right? Run the save through this portion. Then have this operate like normal, and instead of it flowing back into the structure, have it flow into these variables. And yeah, hold on. I think it'll make more sense once I actually start. So let's do that. So we need to do event begin play. Does save game exist? We called it slot 1. Branch. And we're only going to worry about the true part. So we're going to do if true, load save game, load game from slot, do slot 1. And then we're going to want to come down here. And set these values, I think is what we want to do. God. You know what? I need to run to the restroom real quick. So I will come back to this. But should be back in like 10 minutes or so. So be right back. Sorry about that. All right. We were defining values for the ingredients. Right. So grab these. Go up here. We're going to want to do this, I think. And then pull this out even further as well, because this is going to get really messy. Okay. So, cast to cafe save game. Grab black beans. Grab vanilla beans. Grab the chocolate beans. Grab the espresso beans. And grab the milk. Line these up to look a little bit nicer. Cool, cool. So, when the game loads a save, it'll ask itself, how many of these do you have? And then it'll put it into this structure. Then we can break that structure and set. Can I do a for each loop? Would that make sense? No. For each loop with break? No. There's a way to do, is it sequence? It is sequence. There we go. So we'll just do this. Set this. Whoops. Set this. Let's get up a little bit. Set this. And set this. Then just link up the values. Cool. So now, when the game loads and the player spawns, they're going to ask themselves, does a save game exist? And they're going to check. They're going to say, yes, it exists. Cool, cool. We're going to load it, and we're going to cast to the save game object and pull all these values. What do we have saved in there? Cool. Now make them this. I probably didn't need to do this middle sequence now that I'm saying this out loud, but I'm going to leave it there. It's fine. Cool. So with that being said, we can now get rid of this, slide these over here maybe. Link that up. Link this up. Then we'll do this, this, and this. All right, so now in theory, we should be able to walk over those 3 actors and get 3 black beans. 1, 2, 3. Look at that. It's working. And now, if I kill you, you should give me my espresso beans. Bam! Espresso beans. That shouldn't have taken 20 minutes to figure out, but it did. Could have been worse. All right, so now we want to trigger a loading. Not loading. We want to save what we've collected. Do I want to put this all on 1, or do I want to do this on 2? You know what we should also do? Since we're talking about items and such, we should have a vertical box here that shows what you've collected. At the same time, I'm realizing, as I'm saying this out loud, right? If we do that, right? You know what? Hold on. Let me think. Let me think really hard here. Let me use all of my brain because I just realized a lot of this might have been a waste of time. Okay, let's say I do want to have like you collected this many. I didn't need to do this at the start of event begin play. I could have just saved that whole thing for the end of shift and just say like, oh, what the values were. Sorry. What the values were down here when we add these up, right? I don't know how to explain, but like I know what's frustrating me about this, and I just created more work by just having this be at the start. So I think what we'll do is we'll take all of this, right? And we'll do it here, I want to say. Do we want to do it here? We want to do it before the widget, that's for sure. Let's make a new function. Let's just do a new function. Paste it here. Does save game exist? Slot 1. Branch. And then still gotta scoot this back a little bit more so we can do save game to slot. Do slot 1. Save game object. Can I not do that in a function? Save game to slot. What am I doing wrong? Hold on. Compile. No, still not loading the save game object. Why is it doing that now? I have a save game object. It's right here. Unless you're telling me oh no, that's not what it's telling me, is it? Maybe I am going insane. Let's just make the widget and we'll come back to it. You know, it's probably fine. It's probably fine. So let's grab a vertical box. We'll set it here. 500 by 500. And then we'll add a horizontal box. And then we'll add some text. And this will be, actually, before the horizontal box, I want to add another text box. Yeah. So this particular text box will be called ingredients collected. Ingredients collected. We'll center it. And then what the concept is going to be is that it'll go down and it will show the name of the ingredient. It will show how many were collected, a plus sign. Here, I'll just name, collected, stock, no, not stock, saved, and then equal, and then total stock. See the vision? I swear it makes sense. I swear I'm not insane. So name collected plus save. Okay. So the names will be, we don't need to do anything fancy with that. I think we do need to change this to just coffee beans though. Coffee beans. We should do that for everything. I really hate saying that, but we do. Because black beans, I've been thinking about it for like the past hour, but calling them black beans makes me think of the food black beans, and that was definitely not the intention. Coffee beans. Save that. Item parent. Save. Save game object. Coffee beans. Compile and save. Close without sending. I'm running Unreal 4. I don't think they want diagnostic info on that. Alright, let's try this again. Drink some water, chill out. It's gonna be A-okay. Let's see what happens if I restore all these. Oh, I don't have source control, that's right. Okay. It didn't save anything, did it? Behavior tree looks good. Okay, it just didn't save the level and stuff. Which, thank God that's it, but that hurts. Okay, nav mesh bounds. 0, 0, 50? Yeah, 50. Set this to be 50, 50. Make sure that's generating. Yep, looks good. And then I just had a test child running around. And then a couple actors. Let's go ahead and save all. Okay, did it save my movement stuff? Yeah. Got decent mid-air control. Items. Item parent is still there. I should move these to the items folder. Okay, let's get back to the widget. Night shift clock out. Okay, it did save all of that, which is good. So we need to bind this. So we'll create a binding. We'll cast to night shift character. Get player character. And then as night shift character, get coffee beans. And set it to that. Plus, and then this one, we'll need to create another binding. Let's change the text around here. Collected coffee beans. You know what? Hold on. We might be making this, I might be making this more complicated than it needs to be. We can just say collected and then the new total. That'll save us so much time. Let's do that. So what we'll do is we'll go back to this function here. Get rid of this one. And what we'll do is we'll drag this out to append. No? Or do I need to do text to string and then do an append? This is gonna get so messy just for something so simple. Okay, that and do plus. And then we can just do another binding here. Total coffee beans. And this one will cast to save game. I might have already screwed up. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Load game from slot. Slot 1. And then we'll do to text string. No, we don't. We don't need to do that because all we're doing is get coffee beans. Or so I thought, because that's not the right object. Cast to cafe save game. Get coffee beans. All right, we're gonna test this. Colon there. Collected. Total stock. So what we need to do now is go to the player blueprint. And we need to, oh my god. Okay, we need to save. So what we're gonna do new function, save game. Load game from slot. Slot 1. Cast 2, cafe save game. And then this is gonna get so messy. Can we do a sequence in here? We can. Perfect. Because this is gonna get so bad so fast. First thing we want to do is set coffee beans. We'll make some reroute nodes here. This is gonna be so bad. Okay, set it up here. Coffee beans plus get coffee beans equals the new coffee beans. This is gonna be such a nightmare graph when I'm done with this. Okay, now do that for literally everything else. So set vanilla beans get vanilla beans plus get vanilla beans Can I collapse these nodes? Is that something I can do? Collapse nodes, there we go. Set coffee beans. That'll make it somewhat more bearable to look at. So we'll collapse this one next. Set vanilla beans. Set chocolate beans. Get chocolate beans. Chocolate beans plus. Collapse these nodes. Set chocolate beans. Add another one. Set espresso beans. Get espresso beans. Get these espresso beans. Add them together. Slide down just a little bit. Collapse these nodes. Set espresso beans. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, one more. One more. Set milk. Get milk. Get milk plus. Link these up. And link these up. Set milk. Okay. It looks better only because I collapsed it. If I didn't collapse it, this would have looked pretty bad. But regardless, save game. All right, let's test if this works. All right, we have one espresso bean, so now if I run out of ammo... Why are you attacking me when you're dead? We fixed this. I know we fixed this. Oh my god. He's gonna kill me. We'll fix it later. For now, we need to test the end of level screen. Oh, he gave us espresso beans, and I only set up for coffee beans. Okay, well. One thing at a time. Let's just duplicate these. Or we can just throw a coffee beans actor out here and just test that. Which I'm gonna do. Before I continue though, I really want to know why this isn't working. Child actor doesn't have any overrides. The clear timer is working. Oh, you know what? It's because the child actor is overriding the attack event. I bet. Probably. So maybe it would actually be better to do a Boolean called can attack and set this to false when they die. Or false. And then by default, it is true. Then, in the test child event attack, we need a branch. Bring this out, bring these down. Get a branch. Get can attack. If true, it'll do its thing. So let's drop them. All right, no attacking. That's good. We got one espresso bean. And we got a black bean. I didn't fix the text. That's fine. There's the +1, but it still equals 0. But why? Night shift character, end of shift, save game. Get coffee beans. Plus the save game coffee beans to equal the new coffee beans. We shouldn't have to do anything more than that. That should be it. Oh no, wait. I just loaded it. I didn't save it. God, this looks so bad. Then save game to slot 1. Oh no, save game object. It needs to be this cast. Now let's test it. There we go. Now it works. This is so... Oh, this is so much. Okay, but it works. Now we just need to finish making the widget to count all this stuff. Also, I believe the sizing was pretty bad. Let me just double check. Yeah, they're really close together. That wasn't the intention. So if we take this horizontal box and center it, does that fix the issue? Yeah, it kind of does, except that it's somehow overlapping here. Oh, it's because I don't have this anchored in the middle. Yep, anchored in the middle. Now test it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at that. It works just fine now. Except I've now saved 3. Oh, because my save is I've saved 3 times, so it's actually good. That means saving is working. Saving is working. You know what? That's good stuff. That's good stuff. So let's finish making this widget here. Just because from here on out it should be kind of straightforward. So we'll call this coffee beans box. We'll duplicate it. Vanilla beans box. Espresso beans. Nope, chocolate beans. Chocolate beans box. Duplicate it one more time. Espresso beans box. And then one final time for milk box. And now we just need to attach the relevant functions to these and change the text. So first of all, my headset just died. So that's cool. Let me plug it in real quick. The cable should be down here. There it is. Okay. Okay, it's powered back on. I'm going to open Discord just to see if the audio is working. Okay, yeah, that's all I needed to hear. Also, I just realized yesterday's stream, I had guests in the Discord channel. I didn't have any audio recording in that Discord channel. So I'm going to really quickly add that. Application audio capture, Discord. There we go. So now if anyone joins today, you'll actually be able to hear them instead of me sounding like a maniac. Or I guess I could just do record desktop audio, huh? Why not? Let's drop that Discord audio capture. And then we'll just do audio output capture. Desktop audio. For some reason it's not showcasing in my audio settings, but it is supposedly capturing, so that's cool. We'll test that later. We need to work on the game, because I set up a break schedule for today's stream so that I can remember to eat. Oh, hey, speaking of, hello there. I just realized that yesterday I didn't even have Discord recording, so I'm trying to fix that real quick. Rip. Alright, say something real quick.
Something real quick?
Oh, there we go. Now we got audio. I'm about 15 minutes away from taking a quick lunch break before resuming development, but we got a lot of good stuff going.
I don't know. I was sitting here eating, and I had your stream pulled up, so I was like, I'll join once I'm done eating. And I tabbed over to it, and you pulled up the game, and I just saw the normal 2 stick figures, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I saw in the top right corner a stick figure just floating in the sky. So I'm like, what's going on there, bud?
Are you talking about the guy who's supposed to be my gun shooting other stick figures?
I don't know. I only looked at it for like a couple seconds. I'm
I
like,
mean, I can
I'll have to
if I
talk to
hit.
him about it.
Oh wait, are you talking about maybe when I do this, like that?
Oh no, yeah, it was definitely when you shot a guy. When you shot a guy out of your gun. It was definitely that.
Yeah, right now I finished implementing item drops, item
Oh,
pickups. Well, I didn't finish item pickups. You can pick up items, but they're not doing the. I want them to be auto collected. Right now, you have to go touch them, but I'm making an interface to show you how many you picked up during your run, and then how many have been added to your total inventory. Both of which seem to be working. So now I just need to make it show on the interface here, which shouldn't take too long. So this one I need to bind to a function. So create binding. We'll call this binding collected from vanilla beans.
I will call this binding Jeff.
Jeff.
Yes.
And then we can just
Jeff.
copy majority of this, paste it here, drag it a little bit. Plug this in, and then instead of coffee beans, we want vanilla beans.
Not vanilla beans.
Then we could just duplicate this function, call it total vanilla beans. Yeah, I think tomorrow is going to be the day I exercise some 3D modeling and stuff.
Tomorrow will be the day I exercise.
Because something that I'd like to do is, as amusing as it is to be a guy using a guy to shoot a guy at guys, I would like to actually have something that at least somewhat represents what the final game's gonna look like soon.
Have him shoot bagels.
Bagels.
Yeah, because you eat a bagel with your coffee.
Could be fun. Could be fun.
Or donuts.
Or donuts.
I didn't want to do donuts. I was like, what's something else that you eat with coffee? Bagels.
There's also toast.
You don't go to a coffee shop and buy toast.
I mean, if it's sourdough, I'm totally down for it. Or rye. Oh, rye bread sounds so good right now. Too bad I don't have any.
Oops.
Yeah. Truth be told, I meant to go grocery shopping before yesterday's stream, and I just ended up not doing it.
That's what I did yesterday.
I instead went to a drive-through pizza place and just grabbed some pizza.
I'm trying to not eat out, and it's very hard because it's just like, man, I want some meat, but I don't want to cook.
The eternal struggle.
That is the eternal struggle. Is I'm too tired. I don't want to cook, and I want something. I want a protein. I should grab my bag of carrots. That sounds good.
Total espresso beans.
Me who just ate like some bagel bites. I want carrots.
Something I wanted to set up for this stream, but I just didn't have the time to do it, was I was thinking about linking my other VTuber software for full body capture and essentially just set up a camera to track my hands. So that way my hands can dance on the keyboard and whatnot. But it would have taken some setup considering that my primary camera for my face doesn't capture my hands and my face because it's too close. So I would have to do like some cool coding and grab a second camera, which I do have, but it's on a massive tripod, and I don't want to try and squeeze that tripod on my desk. Maybe an exercise for another time, but could have been cool.
I had a sad revelation today.
Oh yeah?
Actually, just recently. I was browsing Twitter and they were advertising new VTubers for this VTube studio I've never heard of. And it got me thinking of like VTubers that quit with one studio that were really popular to go solo, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I don't know what I would do if Mio retired.
Please don't. Don't talk about that. Please don't.
I'm not wrong, am I? Like,
The
it would be
scary
very sad.
the scarier thought is you know for a fact that if Fubuki or her quit first, the other would quit second.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, let's see how ugly
And
this UI is.
it would make me sad. I wouldn't be the only one.
No.
There would be a lot of people really upset about it.
Okay, it turned out okay. That UI doesn't look terrible. I could use some color.
Underground river and
but
tower.
can we do blur? Background blur. Here we go.
There we go. There's underground river.
We'll center it. 0, 0.
The girl in the tower is calling. Woof. Woof.
Woof.
Woof. God. I feel bad. I looked over at the Twitch streamers I'm following,
Mm-hmm.
and Simple Flips is streaming.
I'm not familiar.
And he plays Mario 64. Like he got really famous for being like a really good Mario 64 speedrunner.
Okay.
And stuff like that. But he did this thing a while back. I can't remember if it was a week or a day, where he had this balloon that he couldn't let pop, and it was attached to this alarm. And every time, and if he doesn't hit the button within an hour, it will start slowly filling with air.
Interesting.
And he's doing it again, but I think he's doing it for a week or 2 weeks this time. And I think he's raising money for charity. I think that's why he's doing it. But still.
Yeah, it's quite a task.
And it doesn't stop for him to sleep, by the way.
So it's just torture.
It's just torture.
I don't know why I'm dragging and dropping when I can just right-click duplicate and save myself the headache.
I went to Casey's this morning for breakfast because I was running behind, right?
Mm-hmm.
And got in there, and there was this woman, and she was arguing with the counter clerk about a gift card. And the counter clerk's like, well, you got to contact corporate because our machine's not accepting it. And when I finally got up there after like she left, I told the counter clerk, I said, I hate people like that because I was in my postal uniform. So she's like, you get people like that at the post office? I said, all the damn time.
It's a facility that has to interface with people as a service. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
When I worked at IHOP, it was like the few times we had credit card issues, it was like that all the time. It's like, well, what am I supposed to do? And I'm like, I don't know. Doesn't happen very often. I can get my manager.
Yeah. Like, if you want to run by an ATM, come back, pay for it. If you don't come back, we'll remember you.
Have I told you about my weirdest experience with IHOP as a customer involving how a server allegedly emptied a safe?
What?
Okay, I haven't told you this story. All right, cool. I'm going to pause my timer here because it's about to ring and I don't want to hear it ring. um, so I was hanging out with some friends really late into the night. I don't remember why we were out so late, but we were. And we decided to go hit up an IHOP for like, I want to say like a 10 o'clock at night dinner. Like it was, no, it had to be midnight because it was ridiculously late. And I also remember that I was surprised to see a host and a server because normally after like 6 or 8 p.m., depending on the restaurant you go to, they'll dismiss their hosts. So the server has to host and serve at the same time. And we get there, and the host says, the server will be with you shortly. Actually, he didn't say that. He said, "Hey, we're having the server's kind of busy at the moment, so I'll get you your drinks, and then when the server's ready, they'll take your order." And I said, "Okay, that's fine." So we sit down. He gets our drinks. He's really good. He's really attentive. He gives us refills when the server doesn't get to us. But the server is like, it's been 15 minutes and we haven't even like heard from the server. We see them, but like they're not doing anything. And suddenly we see the server leave. And we're like, okay, that's weird. Like the server got into a car and drove away. After about 10 minutes, the host comes back and he said, "Hey guys, I'm really sorry for the wait, but our server just emptied the safe and left." And we were like, "Oh, what should we do?" And he goes, "I called my manager. They're on their way. They will help us out. They'll let us know if we can serve you or if we need to call the police. But just bear with us. We'll keep giving you drinks. You're allowed to hang out as long as you want." And by that point, we had realized that like only a couple of us were really hungry, so we're like, okay, fine, we'll chill. The server comes back after 10 minutes, and she starts going table to table and saying, "I'm sorry, we're gonna have to ask you to leave now. Head up to the front, and I'll check you out there." So now I'm like super confused because we didn't get to eat. The server allegedly emptied the safe, ran off, and then came back and told everyone, "I'm kicking you out of the restaurant," essentially. So,
long story short, best trip to IHOP ever.
I go up to the front counter, and like she had told a party of 10 to leave as well. So this party of 10 was paying individually, splitting the check. So I ended up sitting there for like, I want to say 5 minutes. And I get up to the counter, and she gives me a really confused look. And the server goes, what did you order?" And I said, "Oh, we ordered some coffee and some sodas. And she goes, "Oh, well, then you're fine. You don't have to pay. Bye." And I was like, um, okay. Um, and so I step outside as the manager, I'm assuming at least, marches into the building. But no, as far as I'm aware, no news articles got posted about it. So either it was just an allegation that didn't turn out to be true, or IHOP kept it hush hush.
I mean, someone emptied the safe.
Someone had to have emptied the safe. Well, they saw it on the host supposedly saw it on the security camera. Like he watched her empty the safe. That's what he said. But yeah, that was that sure was a time.
Yep, that sure was.
All right. Before I go and take my 10-minute lunch break, I want to update the design document with what I did. It's often a good thing to do.
Look who it is. Look who it is. Look who it is.
So let's drag this here, save here. Okay, so we implemented autosave load for magic guns, max ammo counts. I should open the save game object in case I'm forgetting other stuff I did. How about I just...
Don't worry, I'll be here. I'll be entertaining.
I believe in you. So I'll just say implemented save game object. And systems. So autosave load for magic guns max ammo counts. Save/load for ingredients collected by the player. Save.
I was wondering how you were going to do the stream today with D&D tonight.
I'll probably just call the stream off early when we're ready to do D&D. If you want to like say when we're doing it, I don't mind stopping the stream. I got a lot done already.
Usually it's around 8 my time, so what? That's 6 your time.
Oh, that's around the time I was planning to end the stream. So that kind of works out. Save load for ingredients in player save. That's pretty much all I did with the save game system. So we need to do implemented ingredient pick up blueprint. It's not technically implemented, but I'm going to put it in anyway. Set sprite based on item ID number. And then add ingredient to player collected items and destroy actor. Excuse me.
Really? Really? Oh, yeah. I was sitting here, obviously I'm playing Path, and I was getting really confused, because, I was like, how many maps do I need to complete before I'm done? The answer is 1. Then I got a whole bunch of unique maps to complete, but...
Of course.
those are actually easier than the red maps. Opinion me. Red maps can be pretty. But it's good news, because I don't have to corrupt red maps anymore. And you can't modify a corrupted item. So if I corrupt a map and it just becomes super fucking rippy, oh well.
Widget updates. There we go. Night shift.
I miss playing PoE1.
Added ingredients. Collected counter. Added parentheses non-functional button for exiting to main menu.
Pressing buttons.
Pressing buttons. Oh, you know what I could do? Just so that way I don't have to put the be right back screen on for like as long as I'm munching. We can just turn this into like a chatting session while I eat.
Well, Seymour, I found your house. Despise your directions. Superintendent Chalmers, you ready for a good luncheon?
All right, I think I kind of want to plan out some of what I'm doing for the rest of the stream. I think I want to I do need to implement some stuff for the day shift stuff. I have it in my notes here that I'm supposed to implement recipes, and I haven't even started that. So we'll do that next. Oh, Nevo, thank you for the follow. Let's see. So yeah, so we'll need to do some day shift stuff next. So just to prep things, we'll open the day shift character. We will open the coffee interface. Is there anything else we need to open?
Coffee zone.
I should make an do I want to say enumeration? I don't know if that's what I want to say. I should just do that, actually. Real quick, we'll slap it together. We'll make a recipe enumeration, and then we'll also make a recipe structure.
Once I hear pretend I know what you're talking about.
In short, an enumeration is basically like a list of things, and a structure is a list of things that has like unique values. The reason we need to do that is, if I go back to my night shift character here, is let's say, for example, I made an enumeration for the ingredients that you'll be collecting throughout the night shift, and a structure as well. I gave every item a item ID number. So that way, whenever I pick up an item, the item ID will tell the player what number it's supposed to be. It'll go into this select function, which is based on this enumeration. So if the item number is 0, it'll call itself black beans. and then it'll tell the enumeration, I'm a black bean, and the enumeration goes, oh, that's so cool. All right, we're gonna add coffee beans to the count, and tell the structure to hold that information. And then at the end of the level, it'll save it to the save game object. It's just a way to make me do less coding, essentially. It's basically like, here's a list of things. Is it in this list of things? Yes, do this. That's it. That's all I needed to do. But we'll work on recipes after I eat. So real quick, entertain chat for me. I'm gonna go reheat some pizza and make some coffee, like real coffee.
I will do you proud. I need 10 more. 10 more nerds. How much money do I have left? Oh, I have money. 9 more nerds. Oh, he's so expensive though. Gotta be one. One more. Fuck. Alright. Hello, chat. I too am Chat. And this is my son, Chat Jr. I should put a. There it is. I should pull up the YouTube stream so like I can watch that chat too. Look, look with your special eyes. My brand. Wait, what am I doing? I'm being a silly Gus. A goober. A goofy goober Gus. Goobenheimer. Ooh. Goober Gus Gobenheimer. Anyways, I digress. Uh-oh. What am I doing next? Oh, more of this. First, talk to Kurak. You don't have anything. Have I done you? I have done you. Okay. What is this one? I should save those. What is this one? Okay. I don't think I've done that. Nope. That's the only one. We're corrupting you. It was worth it. I regret nothing. I regret nothing. Also, it's lunchtime. So you can talk to me, Mr. Man. Or don't. Owie. Stop that. I'm being hurt. Oh no, his model. It's breaking. Bring a new literal term of folding oneself.
Ah, there we go.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Have I told you about the coffee I've been drinking recently? So I started seeing a bunch of advertisements online for this mushroom coffee, and I was like, that
That sounds
sounds.
awful.
You would think, right? But I kept seeing ads for it, and all of them were saying like, oh well, if you add, it comes with like 5 or 6 different mushrooms in the coffee, and the mushrooms give you extra nutrients instead of just caffeine. And I was like, I mean, it's worth a shot if it has some health benefits. I don't know. Now I can't speak on the health benefits part because I've only been drinking it for a week, but I can say that the flavor is not bad out of 10.
Could be worse.
I've had better coffee, but I would never call it bad. If you want to try it, it's pretty good. It's oh not sponsored. Um, it's called Rise
That's right, not
Coffee.
sponsored.
Yeah, it's called Rise Coffee. Spelled RYZE because they're cool like that, I guess.
Oh God, this is getting out of hand. Now there's two of them.
No, there's 2 of them. I will say though.
One of
Oh, go ahead.
one of the maps in Path of Exile is it's a Halloween map. It's literally just a pumpkin. It's called Hollowed Ground, and the final boss of the map is called Maker of Myers.
Maker of Myers.
To poke fun at Mike Myers.
I will say one of the downsides to this Rise Coffee is that it's not made for my Keurig. It's one of those where you just put a spoonful of powder in your cup and then pour hot water and mix it. Unfortunately, I was raised by my mother to stir things with chopsticks. Which, if you have metal chopsticks, or plastic ones even, that's fine because they can resist heat. Except I have wooden chopsticks, relatively new wooden chopsticks that are now deformed because I stirred my coffee with them.
Oof.
Yeah. And I was thinking about making ramen sometime this week too. And now I'm like, do I want melted chopsticks potentially contaminated with coffee with my ramen?
I'm not gonna lie, milk chopsticks sound dope as hell. If only I knew how to eat with chopsticks.
Did you say you don't know how to eat with chopsticks?
I do not know how to eat with chopsticks.
What? It's pretty easy. Well, I guess I'm biased when I say that out loud, but there are adult training tools for making it easier to learn to get the muscle memory, where they have like finger loops.
Oh.
In fact, that's how my mom trained me on chopsticks. Was that she got like these chopsticks that are joined at the top with finger loops, so that way you get the muscle memory down. You use those for like maybe a month or two, and by then you'll start getting used to normal chopsticks pretty quickly. I wonder if I can find an image of one real quick.
Got 6 more maps, Casey.
Practice chopsticks.
So did I tell you my laptop showed up today?
Oh, it did.
Yep. It was 1-day delivery,
Nice.
which made me so happy. And I shit you not, I pulled in, and thank God I did. I pulled into the parking lot right as the UPS guy did,
Hmm.
and he was at the wrong building.
Oh shoot.
So I stopped him before he got back to his truck in my postal uniform. I said, "Hey, do you have a package for 918 apartment 2?" And he's like, "Yeah, I just dropped it off." I said, "That's not the right building." He said, "Oh shit."
All right, I found the practice chopsticks. I got them on screen now.
It's loading. See, I've seen the ones with the top piece before, but never the loops.
Yeah. They're pretty handy.
Oh, and you could take them apart and then just have metal chopsticks.
Mm-hmm.
Neat.
Like, I think you can get them on Amazon for pretty dirt cheap too, so it's an option.
I don't eat enough stuff to warrant chopsticks.
That sounds like an opportunity to change your eating habits for the better to encourage the use of chopsticks.
I did buy a wok. I do have a wok.
My mom also taught me to cook with chopsticks, so when I make ramen, I stir with chopsticks.
Then I definitely get metal chopsticks. Like, wooden ones are okay, but like plastic ones, those would melt so fast.
Yeah, I'm really close to the Asian district, so I should be able to just go buy one. It's just a matter of remembering to do so when I'm at the Asian district, because when I'm there, all I think of is ramune, sushi, ramen, kare rice, and the bakery. I don't remember the cooking utensils I came there to buy. Also, there's a book off right next door to the main shopping center. So I'm definitely not going to buy things I need if that's next door. Saying all that makes me really sad I'm eating pizza now.
Hell yeah. Pizza's time. This song is not actually copyright. Ha! Take that, YouTube.
One thing I've been trying to do recently is build an audio library for when I'm editing videos. And I have a folder for music. And I've just been playing video game soundtracks that I've been enjoying, or at least that are relevant for the video I'm editing. Like you probably noticed with the Code Vein and the Division 2 videos, they actually use those games' relevant soundtracks for certain sections. And actually, funny story, the last Bonsai Escape 2 video I did with you, that one used the Bonsai Escape 2 soundtrack that I found online.
I did know that. When we were fighting the giant drone.
Mm-hmm. God, I want that new update to come out so soon.
I'm with you, sister.
Joe asked me what game I wanted to play after yesterday's stream, and I almost said Bonsai Escape 2.
You know he would have played it too.
Mm-hmm. We ended up playing Risk of Rain 2 though, which is still pretty fun. I kept dying before the final boss.
Oof.
Until the very last run we did. Suddenly, I was the one carrying.
Joe is a loot goblin.
Mm-hmm. Well, I say I was carrying. At the actual final boss of the run, I died right before he went to phase 2.
Phase 2, the final boss of Risk of Rain 2 sucks.
Well, here's the funny thing, though. I wish I was streaming it kind of now. But every time we fought the final boss before, right, he takes all your items, and you get them back by hitting him, right?
Yeah.
On the final run, Joe managed to hit him so hard it skipped that phase.
Just smack the crap out of him, and he's just like, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, I wish I was recording it because Joe was so confused.
He's like, hey, whoa, calm down there, Joe.
Then again, he was playing Captain, so it does make sense that he hits him that hard.
Captain is very strong.
Mm-hmm.
I need to play Risk of Rain 2 and unlock all the characters and stuff.
I have only one character left to unlock, and then the rest of them I think are behind the expansions that I haven't bought yet. After seeing Joe play the railgun character, I kind of want to get her now.
I like Risk of Rain 1 more.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I was very happy when they redid it.
With the Risk of Rain Returns, right?
Yeah. Like, I'm not a big fan of third-person shooters already. It being Risk of Rain gives it a lot of help.
My little brother also doesn't like third-person shooters. His reason is that like they feel jank to him. He says that first-person shooters feel more natural.
I don't like first-person shooters.
You just don't like shooters.
No, I don't.
We should find some co-op beat 'em ups at some point. That would be fun to do.
Oh my god. I really wish the story of Street Fighter 6 was co-op.
You know what's a 2D beat 'em up we could play? River City Girls.
I have thought about it, and same with like Scott Pilgrim.
Oh, Scott Pilgrim would be so much fun. I wish Doll's Nest was co-op. Like, those levels are huge.
I haven't done Olmec yet? Oh my god. I haven't been to the Shrine of the Silver Monkey. What else haven't I done? Twilight Temple, I'm not surprised. Coward's Trial, fuck. Future Cloister, double fuck.
Alright, I know I microwaved 3 slices of pizza. I'm just gonna finish the second one, and then I'm gonna get back to it.
I'm going to the Shrine of the Silver Monkey. It really is. You think I'm joking?
I don't believe you're joking after you told me the story of Path of Exile.
Path of Exile is probably the only place where Olmec Sanctum would be an actual location.
I don't know, man. Have you played Pizza Bandit?
No, but that's another dumb game I need to play.
I played it with Joe and Kenny. I really, really need that 1.0 to come out sooner than August. It's such a dumb game.
I'm excited. One of the book series that I listened to, that me and Joe listened to, it's called Beneath Dragon-Eyed Moons.
Mm-hmm.
The next book comes out Tuesday.
Oh, shit. Oh, I did pick up,
really good.
I did pick up that other one you told me about. Something of Blood Moon?
Yeah, Wolf Beneath Blood Moon or something like that.
Yeah. I started listening a little bit.
And?
I'm not vibing with it just yet. But
Okay.
but when it comes to these kinds of lit RPG books, that's normal. They usually are trying to rush through stuff to get to the whole like appeal of the book.
Yeah.
Like,
it's actually very fast paced. Like the start is the slowest easily.
see, that's actually my issue. I think the start is too fast.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I don't know the world, and suddenly there's demon contracts.
Yeah. They'll get to explain that.
Yeah.
It's very different. It's more of, I'll explain the world when you need to know.
You see, in books like He Who Fights with Monsters, that makes sense because the main character also didn't know much about the world. But this is someone who knows a lot about the world and is ready to just randomly drop huge lore implications and not elaborate.
Yeah, well.
Like, tier 1 cities. Like, I don't even know what makes them different other than the pay gap.
Population control.
See, that hasn't been explained yet.
I know. They'll explain it.
Yeah.
When they get into her backstory, they will explain everything.
Yeah. I know that they're going to explain everything. I just think that a lot of the information they dump on you early on didn't need to come up early on. It just makes me more confused, but It's also pretty typical of. Actually, I don't know if I want to say this because that would be making an assumption on the author's part without doing research. I'll say it anyway. Um, it's very reminiscent of early works of writers I've seen before. Like it's their first time making an elaborate story. So the common mistake is to give the reader information they don't actually need for the time being.
Yeah, I could not tell you. I don't know. I recognize the name Shane Purdy. I just don't know where I recognize it from.
Let me finish this pizza crust and I'll look it up for you.
I can look it up.
Because, like, I think the world sounds interesting. And the fact that there's, like, a cycle of the moon turning blood red and awakening demon attacks is really interesting.
Reapers, Resurgent, Wolf of the Blood Moon, Rise of the Winter Wolf, Undying Magician, Calling of Wraith. Yeah, I don't.
Does it say what years those were released?
Well, Wolf of the Blood Moons, I think it's done. They're just working on the audiobooks now.
Mm-mm.
So, like, let's see. Does it tell me when Wolf of the Blood Moon, the first one, came out? Because there's 6 books on Kindle already. I'm just an audiobook guy.
I try to do both. I have 2 novels that I'm reading physically right now, and then the audiobook you recommended is what I'm listening to.
So Wolf of the Blood Moon was 2024.
He wrote 6 books in a year?
I guess.
That's insane. Unless they're all light novels.
Rise of Winter Wolf, 2022. So 2020s, I guess.
Okay.
Let's see, Dungeon Void. This is like an older one.
I mean, regardless, I'm still willing to give the book a chance because I think it has a lot of really cool ideas so far, and I'm not that far in. I think I'm only like 3 chapters in.
Oh yeah. I really enjoyed it. Like, I was very iffy on the first couple chapters, but I ended up enjoying it, especially when more and more characters get introduced.
Yeah, the scope of the character or the scope of the casting right now is pretty limited. So
It's like Mimic and Me.
Mimic and what?
Mimic and Me. It's another audiobook me and Joe listened to.
Hmm.
I don't like one of the 2 main characters, but I've really enjoyed the book because of the rest of the characters.
You know what's a audiobook series that got ruined because of 2 characters for me?
What?
Everybody Loves Big Chests.
Never heard of it.
Morningwood.
Oh.
Has Joe not told you about this series?
No.
So the premise is a mimic eats enough adventurers to gain sentience and recognizes it gains a sense of self. So it starts leveling up to escape the dungeon. And when it does, it pairs up with a masochistic witch to start exploring the human world. And at first it was like, that's a weird sexual theme to intersect into this, story about a character who literally has no sexual desires. But whatever, it appeals to someone. And the story was pretty good. But then they introduced this orc character. And they introduced some weird physiological stuff with orcs. And in I think it was book 2, because I bought book 3 and I never restarted it. But it leads up to a scene where the orc and the masochistic witch engage, despite both being female, and the orc develops a additional organ to support the interaction. And
Ah,
that moment alone is weird, right? But then the mimic calls like demon tech support essentially because he doesn't understand what he's looking at. And demon tech support has to tell him over the phone what is happening and why it's happening. And in audiobook format, it is literally a 30-minute scene. And I just
that
couldn't.
sounds awful.
I just couldn't do it. Joe kept reassuring me that it gets better from there. I just can't. I can't do it. If that's going to be something that both the author's willing to put in, what's to say he's not going to do it again? And I just don't want to have that happen a second time.
I do not blame you.
Yeah, there's a time and a place for that stuff. And I'm sorry, on my commute to work and on my commute back home is not the place for it.
There's a time and a place for that kind of stuff. It's called DeviantArt.
It's called when no one else is home.
Let's see, 4. I need 5 more.
Okay, I'll sip away at this coffee while I do this day shift stuff.
4,
For starters, we should establish a day shift level.
2.
Levels.
Okay.
And then what we'll do is we'll just duplicate this level. Call it day shift level.
Oh, I need to start making some gold. Go! Go!
I'm almost done with this coffee. I think I'm just gonna chug it.
Don't. Your kidneys. Casey, your kidneys.
More like my throat. There's the light coffee grains in there. Water.
Coffee is water.
Ah.
Juice in it. What have you done? What have you done?
Oh, God. Thank God for water. Anyway,
Stealing water all over.
day shift stuff. We don't need this AI. We don't need this ingredient. What we need...
It's a hug.
That would be nice.
It would be very nice.
I was gonna make a joke, but it would be nice. Oh, God, excuse me.
Coffee burps.
Okay, so let's make the recipe enums real quick. The recipe list is on the design doc. So we have black coffee. Oh shoot, I screwed up already. Okay, a list of recipes with the ingredients required listed in the description. So we'll do black coffee, which just requires coffee beans. Iced black coffee. Oh, saying that makes me want to drink Boss coffee. Maybe I will go to the Asian district if I have time, after or before D&D.
There are 2 types of people. One of us drinks coffee, the other one drinks soda.
I mean, I drink soda from time to time. It's just I do prefer coffee. Iced vanilla coffee. Coffee beans. Chocolate beans.
Hashtag coffee zone.
Coffee zone.
Owie. Poison hurts. Stop it. Stop that. I don't want to be poisoned.
Espresso beans. Espresso beans. Actually,
Don't espresso your beans.
what does that even mean? There's a lot of recipes. I'm starting to get intimidated. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I need a lot of gold.
Not vanilla beans, it's milk.
I need 37 dex and 24 intelligence. On an ant.
Let's make a coffee actor. That sounds weird to say out loud.
Just a kid in a coffee cup costume.
And what are you for Halloween? I'm an espresso. You sure are. Okay. So let's do this.
You said espresso, and I'm thinking of the ostrich from Donkey Kong Country.
I haven't played, I wouldn't know. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, my childhood was too tokusatsu and not enough gaming.
Not all of us can be Nintendo child.
No. So let's make some custom events. We'll start with add coffee beans. I'm already starting to realize that I'm not sure how I'm going to program this now.
I'm sitting here like, why am I losing HP so fast? Players have 91% reduced life and recovery rate.
Okay, so if I'm looking at my enumeration, everything at most has 3 ingredients. So if I just... Oh god! There's a way to do this. I just need to think really hard. I literally had thought up of a way to do this earlier this week, and now I'm just like stun locked. Am I looking for a... No, that's not it. Definitely not it. You know what? I don't need to do this in an actor, do I? I could probably just make this work in the coffee interface. Maybe. Somehow. Hold on. There's a way to do this. Let's raise this up a little bit. Maybe a little bit more. Wait, I have my credit file. Hold on. I can open that real quick. If I remember where I saved it, which is another whole issue. My organization skills are just fine. Thank you for asking. Opening Krita. There we go.
Someone asked you something? I didn't see a chat message.
What do you mean?
You said thanks for asking.
Oh, I was being sarcastic to myself.
Oh.
Okay. So looking at our, MS Paint tier artwork.
Hell yeah.
I forgot to add something.
Oh, I never sent you the animations.
Oh yeah, you did mention something about that.
I'm gonna kill this boss and I will send you the animations. Oh no.
I need this full screened. Okay. Get the color black.
Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Okay.
So here's our cup, right? Add another layer. Put the layer right below it. And within the cup, make the size 10. We have ingredient 1, ingredient 2, and ingredient 3. Then we take our paint bucket, ingredient 1, ingredient 2, and then ice will be the top for ingredient 3. And then I'm just going to put some text here so that I know what I'm looking at. Ingredient 1, save. Now, where did that text go?
I found the animator. Oh, it's not Yellow Company, it's Yellow Ink. My bad.
And that's my issue. The text is way too big. Do I need to highlight it?
I mean, you could just look at the thumbnail and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Let me fix the text and then I'll open up Discord to look at it. 6. Size 6 works. Okay, grab this. Drag it over. Just like this. Ingredient 1. Did it not copy paste?
That's the ingredient 1.
Yeah, but
horrible color.
It's a horrible color. Don't think about it. I don't even know why it's that color. It just did that by default. We'll change this to ingredient 2. And look at that proof of concept right there. That is AAA publisher worthy UI design right there.
Hell yeah.
So this is what we need to execute.
Who needs different fonts?
And then what we'll do is instead of a custom event called add coffee beans, we'll create a custom event called we don't need a custom event. What am I doing? When it spawns, it's gonna become coffee. So we just need to have excuse me, 3 variables here. We just need ingredient 1 ID, duplicate. Ingredient 2 ID. And ingredient 3 ID. And what we'll do is we'll create a sequence. And I haven't decided if the copy is going to be 3D or not. I'm going to pretend it's going to be first. We'll call this cup. We'll call this mixture. Yeah. Or no, not mixture. We'll call it coffee. And I actually don't want a sequence. What I want is essentially a weird... There's a better way to do this. There's a better way to do this. There's a better way to do this. There's always a better way to do this. Delete the ingredient IDs. We want recipe IDs. Because at the end of the day, the coffee itself doesn't care what ingredients are in it. All it cares about is what kind of coffee is it. So based on that, we need switch on recipe enum, right? So yeah, I mentioned it earlier. It's coming to fruition here. We get a select node. And the select node is dependent on the recipe ID. And then we just add nodes for each recipe that we want to work on. So we have black coffee, iced coffee, iced vanilla coffee, mocha coffee, so on and so forth, right? And then based on that, we will assign the model of the coffee. Yeah, it's all coming together. Set static mesh. And we'll implement that properly when we have the models made. In the meantime, we need to make some placeholder stuff to show what kind of coffee you're making. So this probably needs to go higher, actually. How high was it in the design? Oh yeah, almost to the top. So that should be good. Grab another vertical box. Make it maybe 250 by 250 would be smart. Yeah. 1500. Yes, I think. Yes. We could make the cup taller though. Whoops, not that one. This one. $350 should be good. All right, compile and save. Sit upright in my chair so I don't get bad posture. All right, so we want images, I think. Image 1, image 2, image 3. We'll call this ingredient 1. Ingredient 2. And ingredient 3. And now we need to apply padding and sizing to make this more in line with what we are targeting. What if I make it 100 on all of them? Oh, that's pretty close. That's pretty close to what I want. Um. Hmm. Am I looking for maybe 110? One one five, 115, and 115. That should be decent enough. And then we'll want a button to serve the coffee, I'm realizing. But we can cross that bridge when we get there. In the meantime, we do want to set the color and opacity based on what ingredients you've put in here. Excuse me. Is that something we can do? Create binding. No, that's not it.
Oh.
Get money. Oh, I got a message. Which reminds me, I haven't looked at your Discord message. I'm sorry.
It's probably the message you got.
It is not.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what this is.
I stumble upon it every once in a while, but yeah, your guy looks like that guy. Your coffee guy looks like that guy.
I've got to search my phone for something real quick, apparently, based on the text message I just got. Excuse my etiquette here.
Oh, I love Path of Exile people. I just joined a party to trade with someone, and someone's in the party's name. I love sucking toes.
And you're
Oh,
going
he
to
was
sit
kicked from the
here.
party. Yeah,
Oh,
fuck that guy.
there he goes.
Ding, 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 ding.
Okay. Back to the game. Color. Make color. Aha! There we go. That's something. So now I just need to assign color values based on what the recipe, not recipe, what the ingredient is. I probably want to save color variables. That's going to be annoying. Let's do it anyway. What were my ingredients again?
beans. What the fuck?
Okay, so let's start small. What? Okay, variables. Coffee beans. This will be an integer? Yes. Maybe switch on in... The ingredients are in the item pickup, aren't they? Yes, they are.
This map's always fun.
This will be ingredient ID, which is an integer. So then we do select based on the ingredient ID. Ah, shoot. That's not gonna... There's a better way to do this. Color. Break color. No. Color.
I'm level 90.
That's the Oculus library. Oh, you know what I can do?
What?
Promote the end result color to a variable. Then I can just say set color based on each one. Like that. Yes, that'll do it. That'll work. That's how we'll do it. So now I just need to make these colors different for each of the ingredients that we can put in our coffee. And I know I just had coffee, but saying coffee so much makes me want to drink more coffee. If I ever...
You're addicted to coffee without telling me you're addicted to coffee.
Coffee. Property color and opacity delegate on widget ingredient 1. Get color and opacity has the wrong number of arguments and needs to return one value and take no parameters. What are you talking about? Oh, are you about to tell me I can't do a color binding? Is that what you're about to tell me? Oh no, I see what you're saying. Ingredient ID doesn't come from somewhere currently. No, that's not what you're saying. Oh, you're saying you don't like that. It's asking for an input. Okay, that's not an issue. We can just do ingredient ID as a generic variable. And then when we hit a button, we'll set the ingredient ID in that moment. And I say that out loud. I'm going to have to start programming that real quick. Padding. There we go, top. Okay, so we got black beans, vanilla beans, chocolate, vanilla, espresso, milk, and ice. So now I need to put something. You know what? This could be a hilarious excuse to start making coffee-themed icons. Well, let's design... Nah, let's do the icons now. We need a new Krita file. We'll make the icons 480 by 480. I think that should be decent, unless there's a better texture quality. 1024 by 1024. Let's do that. Create. And then we'll just make a new layer for each ingredient. So that way I don't have to how do I want to say this? Make new files? Yeah, make new files. All right, so let's start with coffee beans. That's blue. What's a good brown color? Yeah, that looks good. Is there a way I can save that color to a palette somewhere? Surely there's a way. Oh well, I'm not gonna worry about it. I need a reference image for what coffee beans look like, I'm realizing, because I think I know, but I also don't know for sure. Okay, I was pretty close to being spot on. Okay, so let's draw a giant coffee bean. There we go. We'll pull this. To here. Like that. Cool, and then we'll grab a slightly lighter brown. Use the fill tool. And then we'll grab an even lighter brown. And we'll do spray. We'll pretend the light is coming from above a little bit. Got it, look at that shiny coffee bean. God, that looks terrible. All right, that's one. What's the next ingredient? Vanilla beans. It's a bundle of sticks. I forgot that. All right, that reference image has a flower on it, so we're gonna do that kind of. So it looks like vanilla beans are typically like a deep, deep brown with like kind of a grayish color. Kind of a blackish color, actually. We'll just use black. It's fine. Okay, so with that being said, oops. There we go. Alright, there's 3 stalks of vanilla beans, and then we'll draw a little flower on the bottom to show that it's not just a bundle of sticks. I'm looking at like a reference image, and this thing is painful to draw with a mouse. Okay, and then we'll need yellow. And then red. And then grab the yellow again. Actually, grab the black. Grab our spray. Set the opacity to 50%. That could have come out worse. It's looking fine. Grab that deep brown real quick. Just fill, actually, while I have the chance. Draw the lines here. All right, John, how does this look as vanilla?
Looks pretty good.
Thank you. I needed that. Anyway, just fill in some of this. And that should be fine. It'll be see-through a little bit, but I mean, it's never hurt anyone, right? Oh, I need to fill in the flower with white, actually. That would be kind of smart. Bucket tool. Grab white. Then just drop this below. Take the two and... Actually, before I do that, there we go. That's coming together. Will you be streaming tomorrow, John?
I do not know.
Fair enough. Just kind of waiting for the mood.
Yeah.
All right, take these two layers and merge. Good stuff. Since I'm at some quality of life stuff,
Oh, I don't even need the resistance. No, yes I do. I need 13 all this. Resistance. Well, no, I don't.
there we go.
Yes, I do, because that's right in the darkness.
Merge with layer below. Yes. All right, so we have coffee beans, vanilla beans. We need to do cocoa beans. So what do cocoa beans look like? Interesting. Okay, I think we can draw that. So for the chat, let me open this in a new tab here. It looks like cocoa beans come in this gigantic pod and they're filled with actual beans. So I think we'll draw the pod with the beans inside. So let's do that. Make sure I put this reference image not over the chat so I can actually see chat. All right, what kind of colors do we want to use for this one? It's kind of got more of a bright orange, brownish color. We'll use this for the dark color. We'll use our existing colors, it's fine. So make it really wide so we can draw some more beans inside. Connect it like that. Then we'll want to, starting from about here. Nope. There we go, give it some depth. And then we'll need a really bright interior color. So maybe we'll do something like this. Yeah. So like this. Ah, shoot, I really messed up at the end there. Let's just clean it up a little bit. I should have prepared some background music for when I'm concentrating. I'm sure it's a drag saying me be like, yes, lines. I draw them. There we go. And then we'll grab the fill tool and we'll just fill the color like that. And then we need a slightly darker color. Slightly darker. We'll fill the interior like that. And then we'll take the shadow tool and just do kind of a light shading. That should be pretty decent. Then we'll do some additional shadows just right here a little bit. Marry the shadows up right there. Keep them divided right around here. Cool, cool. I want the light coming in a little bit this way, so we'll do some shadows over here after we apply actual color there. So let's take our dark color. Let's give it a little bit of redness. Nice, nice. Grab the color black. Give it some texture. Cool, cool. Take some shadow stuff in here. We'll increase the radius just a little bit, speed up the process. There we go. That looks decent. And now we got to draw the individual cocoa beans. So let's start this color. Draw a bean like that. Draw a bean poking out from underneath it like that. This is going to take forever if I keep drawing them this small. Draw big old beans. We'll draw the top layer first, and then we'll draw the bottom layer. And we'll stop it right here. Another bean there. Another bean here. Then one more bean right here. Choose a maybe even darker color, actually. I may have made a mistake. Yeah, I should have done this on a different layer. Well, guess we're hand coloring today. Or New layer underneath. Nope, that's not going to work because it would need to be a layer on top regardless. So maybe instead I just... New layer. Now we draw the beans. That. There we go. Then we'll just draw some underbelly beans. Grab the color white. Let's give them some nice little shading here. Let's do one more underbelly layer here. merge with layer, and then just grab this color. All right, that's cocoa beans. So just gotta merge all 3 of these layers now. Man, how much time have I spent trying? 30 minutes, maybe? Okay. What other ingredients do we gotta do? Espresso beans. Do those even look different? Espresso beans don't look particularly different, so I think I'm going to do some smart asset reuse here, right? Duplicate layer mask. I should name these layers before I lose track of them. Cocoa beans. It looks like espresso beans might be darker. So I could do a better job than that. Sure. Espresso bean. Is it that distinct though? It's not very distinct. Is there any other? Wait. There's got to be a flip button somewhere, right? Aha. And then we'll also maybe not that way. Or that way. There we go. Now it looks different. We'll call this create a file ingredient icons. All that's left is milk and ice. That should be somewhat easy. We'll just draw a cow face for the milk. Or actually, let's just draw a milk glass. Whoops, wrong tool. And then we'll just smooth this over like this. So I have a funny story about when I was a kid trying to understand Japanese. There's this song from, you guessed it, Ultraman, called Miracle Power. But when the Japanese try to say miracle, they say miraku, which if pronounced slightly off, sounds like milk.
Oh no.
So when I heard that song, I was so confused. I was like, maybe he's singing about the Milky Way galaxy? And that's why he's talking about milk? It's like, what does he mean by milk power? It took me 3 years to realize he was talking about miracle power. That's my funny story. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Where we talk about milk power.
Milk power. Alright, let's grab the color white. That is not the paint bucket. Now we'll use a light blue for the milk label. All right, that looks like a decent enough milk icon-ish. Yeah, that should be good. What was the last one again? Ice. How do we want to do this? Let's do a 3 stack of ice.
Mate. Now wait one gosh darn minute.
It's okay if my lines aren't straight, because ice cubes melt pretty fast, so it'll just look like the ice is actively melting. I tell myself as I continue to draw this.
Casey over here with just a bottle of copium.
You think I'll settle with a bottle?
Well, you have to start somewhere.
Gotta start somewhere.
Oh, jeez. I don't know when it was hitting me, but that did not feel good.
Six.
I think I need to turn up my filter to strict.
Your filter to strict? Isn't your like profanity filter on path?
No, it's an item filter.
Oh.
I had so many items that it's going off the screen. A D8.
Cool. Eraser. Get rid of these extra lines. Fill bucket. Then we'll grab the spray, grab white. Do 40. Good enough. It's not great, not terrible. Okay. Big stretch. Let's start exporting these as PNGs, and we can get back to the game engine. I'll even make a new folder called icons, so I know what I'm looking for.
This is one of my favorite built-in paths because it's literally just, oh, well, I'm over here now. Something cool dropped.
Espresso bean. Just in case we accidentally overwrite stuff. Cool. I think we don't need this. We don't need this. Let's import our icons. Actually, let's do this. 2D underscore assets. Ingredient icons.
2D or not 2D? That is the question. What was a harbinger?
Cool. So now if we go to okay, that is not the intended effect. Let's not do that. And then just shrink this down.
It came back.
Hmm?
I was like, I need to go drop gold off in my town before it runs out of gold. I literally had 30 seconds before it ran out of gold.
Well, I forgot the order that I had the ingredients in. Vanilla beans is next. Vanilla beans is next.
Vanilla ice.
Vanilla iced tea.
Ice cream and cakey cake.
You're gonna make me want to actually run to the Asian district and get like sweets, dude. I'm. Ah, it's bad. $25. I'm gonna have to change that later, but that's fine. Cocoa bean.
Well, I will let you know that I have ice cream if I wanted to get some. Just wanted to share the love.
Espresso beans.
What does this do?
Oh shoot, I just realized.
That's the one I really like.
I'm gonna have to go back and make them not hit testable.
Yeah, next time I encounter a big group of monsters. Like this one. pain in that.
Hmm. What are the size of these buttons? 2 and 2? Okay. 2 and 2. Alright, our buttons have icons now. That's neat.
Nice.
Now what to do?
Cry.
Every time. Just in case, save all. Okay, we need to somehow make this work. Oh right, I need to get the color codes. Oh. 0111 for ice. Okay. Which means I need to go back into the item pickup enumeration and add ice, even if I don't think ice is going to be a pickup. This will be number 5. Go back to the interface. will be white. Espresso will be deep brown. Can we go even deeper? Cocoa beans will be a bright brown. Coffee will be a slightly darker version. Maybe a little more. All right. Now the question becomes, does it work? Let's find out. I didn't add that to my viewport. Oh wait, no, I see what I did wrong. Begin play. Create widget. Coffee interface. Add to viewports. That should be all we need to do. And the colors are not changing. Okay, what did it do wrong? Oh, we didn't give the buttons any functionality. That's what we didn't do. Set color. Coffee beans. What is going on with the color of the icon? The coffee beans icon is now green. And I'm not entirely sure why.
You don't want green coffee beans?
I would prefer not, but that's just me. Why is it green all of a sudden? Oh, I see why. The button itself decided it was going to change colors. There we go. It's no longer a green coffee bean. Oh, I can feel my eyes burning.
would love to take a nap.
I think I'll call it in like half an hour. Okay, let's do the ice button. Okay, so that's not working. Oh, I know why. I don't need to change the color. I just need to change the ingredient ID. Set ingredient ID to 0. And ice ingredient ID is 5. And it still doesn't work. Oh, because I haven't actually added the... chocolate beans, espresso beans, milk, and ice. And the index is the ingredient ID. There we go. Now it works. Okay. Now we need a new index for which ingredient number are they on. So we might need another enumerator. Enumeration. Ingredient count. Ingredient 1. Ingredient 2. Ingredient 3. And finish. So I want to test something real quick. Ingredient ID. What if the default is set to something like 10? Still turns brown. Maybe because 0 is the default? We'll call this none. There we go. Actually, no, not there we go, because now there's no color. Ah! Well, what if we just set it all to black by default? Actually, you know what? It would actually be okay if there was no color, because ideally I'll have a cup there. Maybe. Okay. duplicate this function. Gradient to color. Set. Put that up there. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. Clear that. I might not make it 30 minutes. I think I'll finish up this color function and then I'll call it good. Be there. Put this there. There we go. Then all we need to do is go to here, bind to ingredient color 2, and bind to ingredient color 3. Then we just need to go to the event graph. We'll go recipe ID count. switch on ingredient count. Select. Ingredient 2, ingredient 3, and finish. This begs a scary question, actually. Ah, I knew it. I accidentally have it to where if you hit a button, it fills up all 3 ingredient slots with that ingredient.
Oh no.
Ah! It's okay, I can fix this. All we need to do is ingredient ID 1. Duplicate, make it ingredient ID 2. Duplicate, make it ingredient ID 3. Then just go back into each one. Ingredient ID 1. Change this to be ingredient ID 2. And change this to be ingredient ID 3. And look at that. Now it's back to doing 1. So now what we need to do is set these like that. When it's finished, do nothing. And now we need to do this for each button. Push button, awesome happens. Pull these down just to make it look a little bit nicer. We'll call this add coffee. We'll call this add vanilla. So now if we test this, right? Or was it add vanilla or add ice? Add ice. So let's say I want to make iced coffee, right? I add ice. That is the wrong color.
I add ice, I have coffee, iced coffee.
Why? Oh, I know what I did wrong. I know what I did wrong. I didn't change the ID number to be ice. So the ID number for ice is 5. So if I change this to 5, and this to 5, and this to 5, add ice, add coffee. God damn it, it still doesn't work. Because I didn't add an indicator, not an indicator. I didn't add a way to increase the recipe ID count. So I need to go get, and then increment. Bam, bam, bam. Put those together, copy, paste, down here. And now for realsies, if I hit this button, it will ask the ingredient count, what's your recipe ID? And then, depending on what the recipe ID is, it'll add the ingredient to the relevant ingredient slot and then increase the recipe ID count so that way it moves on to the next step. Now we test. You add ice, there's ice. You add coffee, there's coffee. You add ice, you have double iced coffee. Bam, there we go, we did it. Can you tell I'm frustrated? I'm not sure if it's coming across or not.
No.
At least it's working now. The only thing that isn't a functionality yet is serving the coffee as that coffee. So that'll be the next step.
Coffee is just bean soup.
I'm gonna need to pour myself 2 more pitchers of water before the end of the day. But
I
hey,
need at least 2 more pitchers of water before I think about what you just said.
I need 2 more pitchers of coffee before I can function again.
All right,
uh,
46 chances. Wish me luck. Are you ready?
Ready. You didn't gotcha.
I got it. I got it. I can't believe I got it.
What'd you get?
So in Path of Exile, you socket your skill gems in your equipment.
Mm-hmm.
The maximum number of links is 6. And I have a very nice 2-handed axe. And I'm like, if I can make this 6 link, I'll be set in stone. And I had 46 chances, and I got it in 19.
Nice. You know what's funny? I was talking to Joe last week when we were doing the design document about how I would do the coffee mechanic. The original idea was just that every time you hit the button, it would spawn like a 3D jelly that would land in the cup. And that way, like, instead of serving actual coffee, you were basically just serving blobs that represented coffee to customers.
Intriguing.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't do that because that's a lot of work to make it less shitty or to make it look shittier. Vanilla bean ID is 1.
I got enough. If I can get foiled.
And I didn't name the button. Vanilla.
Just need 3 red and a blue. Come on. You can do it. See? I told you you could do it. I told it you could do it. I saw a putty cat. Oh my god. Someone taught their bird to say that and posted it to YouTube. And it's probably my favorite bird video recently. Taught saw a putty cat.
I did see a putty tat.
He does. He does say, oh, I gotta find it now. Hang on. My boat came back. I want to see what my boat brought. What did we get? Anything cool? No. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Oh, we got that. I got quite a few.
It's 3.
Yeah, I don't want to see the boat out.
And then finally, the milk button.
I'm the milkman. My milk is delicious.
Yeah, something I'm definitely gonna have to do, like later on, and I'm gonna regret saying this out loud now that I'm thinking about it, is I'm gonna need to go back and have these buttons check if the player even has any on-hand ingredients before putting it in the cup.
Yay. More work.
More work. It's a simple fix. I just don't want to do it. In fact,
You know
actually.
how they reward good work?
Huh.
More work.
More work. Can I not just click drag all these? No, I can't. That's unfortunate.
Poor unfortunate souls. Alright. Now ladies, yeah.
Ingredient. Okay, so those are now organized.
I'd be very surprised if you knew that song.
I do not. Alright, now we can test all the buttons. I want to have iced milk coffee. Bam. Beautiful. Close, reboot. I want vanilla cocoa espresso. Oh my god, they all work. Ah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Thanks for coming to my ASMR Unreal Engine stream.
Don't you even tempt me. Hang on, let me. Here, you ready?
Yeah.
What am I doing?
I was just about to ask you.
I'm popping my knuckles. I could do it one-handed. Like if I squeeze my hands. Isn't that I don't actually want to kind of hear what it sounds like.
I mean, you could just rewatch the YouTube version of the stream.
I had to crank up the volume on my headphones. I didn't want you to blow on me.
Alright, all that's left of the stream to do is just document what I've gotten accomplished. Then we'll call it a day until tomorrow. So first of all, we updated... I'm going to do this out of order. But we did update the coffee interface widget. So one of the first things we did was we added a cup, per se. Added cup with 3 slots for ingredients. We created, imported, and implemented icons for the coffee ingredients. Let's go back to the event graph.
Go back to Evangelion.
Created functions for coloring ingredient slots in coffee cup. I'm going to put ×3 on that one. Implemented buttons for adding ingredients to ingredient slots. My dropout English major is screaming at me for putting the same word next to each other. Let's redo that. Ingredients to cup slots. There we go. That's pretty much all we did with the coffee interface. Did we do anything with the day shift character? Yes, we did. Day shift character updates. Day shift character updates. Events begin play. Create coffee interface widgets and add to viewport.
What's over here that's hurting me so much, but please die.
We also created additional enumerations. So enumerations and structs. Created recipe ingredient. Nope. Recipe enumeration and struct.
John, how much of an idiot are you? Shiba enumerations.
Created ingredient count enumeration for coffee cup.
5-hour stream, that's pretty good.
I know, right? Updated item pick up enumeration with slot 0 as none. That's going to be important for me to read tomorrow because I'm going to forget. Was there anything else that we did? I think we spent so much time drawing that I'm like, did we do any other implementations? Oh, wait, I created a separate level.
Did you?
Yeah, so if I go to my levels folder here, there's two levels. There's the test level, which is where we've been doing the bulk of our development. And then this day shift level exists so that way we can call on the day shift game mode. AKA, when I hit play, instead of being the mannequin holding a mannequin shooting a mannequin at mannequins, I am a nobody in the middle of nowhere with magic buttons that makes coffee. So, you need to note that down. Created day shift level. Default game mode is day shift mode.
Can they steal? Is that what's going on?
All right, so using 11-point font, we've filled out 2 pages of things that we've done for the game jam so far, which is pretty good for 2 days. That's basically a page a day. I'm going to stop my timer before it rings.
You can do it.
All right. Thank you to everybody who came to tune in. I know I'm going to be talking to you more later, John, but like, thank you for dropping in and keeping me company for the latter half of the stream.
That's me.
We will pick this up tomorrow, 10 a.m. MST.